Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Welcome, adventurers, on a brand new episode. Today, we are going to be working on an adjustment to combat mechanics in Insignia, and I'm welcoming you on this brand new adventure. We're listening to some utopian scholastic today because that's the vibe that I'm feeling. I want to welcome you all to the stream. Those of you in chat on YouTube and on Twitch. Big thanks to Sans Milk for the most recent follow, and Ravenous for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. Okay. So, I want to introduce you to a conversation that I've been having with our other designer, Luca, on combat and kind of where I'm looking to expand into mechanically. There's kind of a little interaction that I think I see inside of like the player fantasy of this game that the game doesn't yet support, and a lot of how combat feels is hinging on us being able to sort of achieve this thing. Pardon me, big sneeze. So yeah, I want to sort of discuss this opportunity or this challenge that I'm trying to reach, and the solution that I proposed, and we're going to try to prototype that one today. Okay, let's get into it. So basically the way this works is I have been, put this down a little bit. Sorry, I just took some medication, like a nose spray, and my sinuses haven't settled down yet, so I might sneeze a little bit more. Alrighty, so what we're looking at here is a discussion we had, or a diagram based on the discussion we had, to do with inputs, defending and attacking. And I'll spare you sort of most of the conversation, but suffice it to say that in order to have this kind of thing where an enemy is doing a bunch of different attacks from different directions at you, and then you are defending or riposting against them one after the other, this very like swashbuckling ching chung ching chung 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 kind of behavior, which is what I want in the game. I really want to see that moment where, you know, you've got the two swords going this way and then going that way and going this way. In order to do that, we kind of need to be able to do directional guarding or directional attacking, and either attacking is guarding, and it just depends on when in the attack you are. Either we've got two buttons, attack and defend, on two separate inputs. One way or another, we kind of need to make a decision about the sort of structure of this thing and how it works. So I have been experimenting with the idea of putting block on L1 and keeping attack on square. And the kind of, well, we did just start. Welcome, Creativity and Gaming TV. Yeah, we just started streaming about 5 minutes ago. So, yeah, I've been experimenting with this block on L1, attack on square. And hey, Virtue versus Vice, welcome. The concern that I have is that it means that the player's directional inputs, which they use by combining an input direction with square, I don't want to share that with L1. And so it means bringing this logic back over, but figuring out a way to have attacking and defending on the same button. Now, we've kind of already got attacking and defending in the game right now, and that's mostly down to whether you tap the button or you hold the button. And the problem with that is that the hold buffer, as in the amount of time it takes before the game considers you holding the button, is too long for it to feel very tight and reactive to do multiple. So the proposal that we have got right now is to essentially swap it to a question about the positive and the negative edge of the button press. This is there's precedent here in games to do negative edge inputs. For those of you who don't know, a negative edge is what happens when you've got a button, and most games will do an event when the button is pressed down. This is like on, it's usually called down. So like button down, on, button, down. And down signifies that on this frame, the button was up, and now the button has been pressed down. So that's called the positive edge of the button. The negative edge is on, button up. So it used to be down, but on this frame, you released it. Okay, that's on, button up. Now, so that's negative. The concern with this is that it's non-standard. It's not very typical to do two separate inputs on down and on up. So the distinction between blocking and attacking, I mean, it makes sense, I think, logically. I think we can make a good case for it. It's just something that I haven't felt before in a game. I don't know if it feels good to do this. So the proposal that we have is something that looks like this. These are all the different things you can do with pressing the button down, releasing it up, and then as gameplay, complicates, the different states that can happen. So a normal attack is just you press the button down, you release it up. That's like a normal button press, right? Down, up. So as long as you don't hold the button down, you'll just get a normal combo attack come out. Attack, 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 you press the button. If you hold the button, you get a charge attack. So down, and then you're still down after a certain amount of time. The character will start charging up, kind of like a smash attack in Smash Brothers, and then releasing the button does the attack. I think that works too. I think there's precedent for both of these two. Then we have directional charge attacks. So you're holding the button down and then you push up, down, forward, or back to sort of shift where the attack is going to go, and then you release. We have perfect guard, which is when on the button down within a certain buffer and before the hold, you get hit. So that's a perfect guard. You've just touched the button down and then you've got hit. That will create a deflection. A poor guard would be holding the button down and you getting hit after that, like a second later. You're still holding the button, enemy hits you. That's like not a good guard. So you'll probably take a little bit of damage for that, or you'll get crumpled into like a poise break or something like that. A directional attack is just tapping the button but holding a direction as you do it. So it's like you're holding down and you tap it, or you start tapping, you hold down, and then you release the attack button. As long as there's a direction held when you release, it'll go in that direction. And then directional perfect guard is just guarding with a direction. So to me, I look at the essay that I've just written here logically, and I think, okay, sure. I just don't know how that feels, and I don't know how easy it is to implement. So we're going to look into it. Now, I have half of this already kind of made because I was prototyping just having a block. So this whole thing with like the negative edge and like holding the button down, getting the paw guard when you hold for too long, that's already in there, right? So we're holding, bad guard. Or we just hold it for a little bit, but we get the perfect guard. What we don't have is turning this into an attack on the negative edge. So releasing this button just puts the sword down. But what I would propose we do is turn that into an attack when you release the button. All right. So, code. We're already sort of getting into it. I have this thing called edge swing. That's what I'm going to call it. So it's a sword swing with an edge, negative, positive. I don't know. Just going to name it something. Maybe it could be called like, I don't know. I don't have a better name for it. Maybe I'll rename it like edge attack. You know, edge swing. For edging. Okay, so the challenge here is going to be like transplanting all of the existing logic that we have in all the other attacks and how to transition between the attacks into this system. And then also how to rationalize the animations, which I haven't quite solved yet. The challenge here would be something like this. If I'm attacking, right, the way it currently works in the game is if I'm pressing the attack button down, the first 2 or 3 frames of the attack start, and so it's like, it looks like he's drawing the sword, and then if you hold by frame 3, it goes into the guard. And if you release before that, it will just go into the swing. So it just continues or it cancels. What we would want to do is kind of like uncancel when we release. At least that's a strategy we could think about. What I don't want to do is redraw all these animation frames. So I want to see how far I can get without redrawing it. Okay. So, edge attack. We're going to go sword behavior, and there's a bunch of logic here that it's going to be nightmarish to get through. So, good luck. The dedicated block button's going away. I added it, and now I'm removing it. It never got to see a patch. It's here in the game right now, but it's not going to be there for much longer. At least in this concept. Tough luck. All right. So. So the hard part is going to be thinking about how to even set this up. It might be, oh geez. I do want you to be able to defend out of the combo. So I think combo now can't be what it is here. I think this is no good. I think we need to say public list behavior state combo. All right, I'm going to focus. Sure. I almost think that we should be doing the detection of the positive and negative edge of the button and all of that stuff. We should be probably doing that in one state called like swing, or in the sword behavior. The problem is that, I mean, it's got lots of different swings. It's just that like the current swing is not something we can really test right now. We can't say like how long since you've been pressing the button. You're not really expected to get out of this state if you keep pressing attack, 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 and you're canceling. It's not in the life cycle of sword behavior to do one button press, because you could do multiple and stay inside of sword behavior. So what is the life cycle of a hit? I mean, it's really just a swing, but it's also not one button per swing per se. So there's no real easy way to do this unless I pass some what's it called? Struct, between states and say, hey, this is how long we've been pressing, or this is when we started pressing, which we could still do. Okay. All right. So that's all fine. What's breaking here? Handle, sword combo, frame cancel. Input cancelling from first hit. Okay, so this no longer needs to exist anymore. I don't think so. I also don't think we need to do this defending attacks. If we're doing defend, this is for the pivoting. Okay, that also needs to go. So handle initial, let's get rid of this as we go. So just get rid of that altogether. And all this. See ya. Makes it a lot easier, huh? Okay. Oh wow, it's actually much shorter now. I'm actually not as scared anymore of the function of the class. Okay, commit attack. What does this do? This is rationalizing which attack we should be doing based on whatever. Okay. And there's a couple of these that are trying to figure out which button we're pressing based on what we're already doing. And if we've just pressed the button in the direction of down, up, forward, back, whatever, this probably still is relevant. So instead, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get rid of all this, and we're going to say, I don't think released. Oh, I guess we are doing the negative edge stuff here. Okay. Well, maybe. Let's remove it for now. Okay. So now back, forward, up, down, and defend. Defend goes away altogether. Doesn't exist anymore. And then we don't need to do this. If attack is held and the time we've been holding is longer than a little bit, handle cancelling into the next attack. At any time, if we can attack, an attack has been held and we've pressed up or down. I don't know how I feel about that. Let's just get rid of it for now. Let's keep going, keep going, keep going. If state is complete and attack is held and we are grounded, I think we just are done. I wonder if the combo... No, that doesn't make sense. If attack is buffered, then go into the next attack. Yeah, that's fine. That's plenty. Sure. Yep. Okay. Next. Get direction from state. I don't know why we need that, but it doesn't matter. It looks like we don't need it, so let's just get rid of it. None of this matters. Although tilting is kind of relevant, but I'm just going to leave it. Okay. Still pretty short. It's good. Oh, we're no longer asking if we're doing the combo. Okay. Well, I'll comment this one out for now. Weighted facing direction. I think I know what this is for, but if I comment it out as well, I think it's just for the best. We can reintroduce it later. Okay, now this will technically work again, but it won't do what we want it to do yet. So let's have a look at what we want to do here. We've got back, forward, up, down, and combo. When we enter the state, what happens? We set next attack, which is going to be combo if we're pressing nothing. So that's the first thing that happens. And then on do, we just check, are we grounded now? And we weren't before, then we are grounded. Why do I need this? I have this in other places. I think this is if we touched the ground since we've been doing this attack. Since we've been like using the sword. And I think there were times when I needed that. So let's just leave that. I think this is for... question mark. Okay, if state is null, then we don't know why we're doing that, so fine. This is a fail safe. Okay, handle cancelling into next attack. Yes, we still have those. Handle state complete. So how does handle and cancelling into next attack work? If we can attack and the attack is held. I guess we need to know if the attack is buffered. And I mean, I think I would assign, I would commit the action there. Is there a confirm? No. We should do the button. We should do input dot attack buffered attack. Input attack dot buffered. Confirm. If we commit an attack. So we don't double eat the inputs. Okay. Looks fine to me. I'm not even sure cancel into... I mean, I suppose it's fine. And then if attack is buffered on its own... Wait, I see. So why do we need to do this? Why is cancelling into directional attack any different from setting next attack? Doesn't make much sense to me. Let's get rid of this. It's good to me. Okay. Now, again, probably fully broken, but I want to see what happens. Okay, lots of things broken. Oh, we didn't set up any of the combo states. So, in sword behaviors, we have this thing called attack combo, which we're going to remove. I don't know what base attack is supposed to be. I guess weapon behavior has it. We don't even use it. Let's ignore that for now. And then combo has nothing in it. So sword behaviors, grounded. Let's call this round combo. And these are all edge attacks. Let's do another one here. I swear, calling them edge attacks is going to come back to bite me. All right. So, these have... Hey, random bike hero, welcome. These have 3 states. So let's do this as... They all need to do a basic attack. And this is just going to have, I think for now, let's just call it release all the time. We're just going to go straight into release. And then later we'll add the holding behavior or whatever. Or even, I'm just trying to think about whether or not it needs to be considered one animation that gets cancelled into a block and then uncancelled into continue. Or if it should be like an entry, a hold, and a slash. I mean, ultimately, the distinction between those is basically whether or not this tag is one asset or if I have to split it up. It's not a major distinction, but it's, you know, it's whatever. So having a think with my eyes closed. I might just go to sleep if I do that long. God. It really doesn't matter, so I shouldn't care. It's only 1:40 p.m. It's 2 p.m. I just had lunch though, so I'm a bit tired. All right, so maybe instead of behavior states here, we just set these to animations. At this level, they probably don't need to be 3 separate states. We could say retro.sheet entry, or like attack public retro.sheet guard, And then we would say public bool. Well, I think actually we just leave it at that. Oh, and this has the deflects in it? Wait, what? I don't know if we need this. The acid pit boss fight. I started it yesterday. I didn't finish it. No way. They take ages to do. Like weeks. All right. One sec, pals. Alrighty. So yep. Hey, Shipler. I'm working on a feature of my game that will allow me to have blocking and attacking all bound on one button, a new combat thing where releasing the button is the attack and holding it down is the block, which is close to what it's already doing, but subtly different in ways that will allow a lot more stuff. So let's have a think. If we're holding the input down, I still need to know what the threshold is. So like, there would be a frame called hold frame. Does it have a select amount of time that you can hold it? You can hold it indefinitely, and it will become a charge attack as you hold it. So the idea is something like this. If you just tap it on off, it just becomes a normal attack. You just tap it and it just behaves like a normal attack. It'll play through the animation and then attack. If you tap and hold it, it'll go start the attack, become a charge attack, and then when you release it, it does a full charge attack. There's directionality to these two, so you can add it up, down, left, or right through this hold, and then when you release, it becomes a directional charge attack. If you just pressed it down and it hasn't hit that hold threshold yet, and you get attacked, that's a perfect guard. So it's like a ding. And then yeah, if you hold for too long, it's a poor guard. So oh, sorry. All right. So really? Start frame, duration of frames, frame rate. Let's call it 12.5 for now, just to hard code it. That's okay. So the way this works is this is like pushing the button down, this is letting the button go, and then this is across time. So if you push it down and let it go within a certain amount of time, just like quickly, that's considered a tap and you'll just get a normal attack. If you push it down and then hold it beyond that certain point of time, it will go into a charge attack, and then whenever you release, it'll just release into a charged attack. You can do directions in this game, so if you're holding it and then you tap a direction, it will be considered a directional charge attack. You can get a perfect guard if you get attacked while you're in the startup frames, or it'll be a poor guard if you get attacked while you're in the hold frames. So the idea is if something's coming and attacking you, you can quickly tap the attack button and hold it. And if they hit you right as you hold it down, then you get a perfect guard. But if you sit there charging, and then you get attacked, it's like a bad guard because you're kind of like in an aggressive stance, not a defensive one anymore. So it's basically interrupting charge attack. Then you can just tap a direction while attacking to get a directional attack, or you can do a directional perfect guard if you tap the attack button and push up, down, forward, or back while you're getting attacked. So if an enemy's coming in, they're leaping from above at you, you press attack up, and if you're in the startup frames when they hit you, you'll do the deflect in that direction. Complicated, I know, but it should be straightforward. Hopefully, if it feels better than it takes, if it feels better than it does to describe, if it feels better to play than it does to describe, it's a win. All right, so yeah, I think. Yeah, okay. So if we are holding the input, if we're doing the attack and we're beyond the hold frame, play the hold. And hold now is called charge. To make it, yeah, it's Smash Brothers. It is Smash Brothers, except with the defensive aspect. If you get attacked right as you're attacking, in fact, in Smash Brothers, when that happens, there's a clash. The swords go duh, and then nothing happens. So this is a bit different from that, but similar. Okay, I have an idea here. So when we set up the charge attack, what we can do is we can say from 0 to charge hold frame. I like it too. I'm so attracted to the idea of doing all this stuff with one button. It's just, you know, it could feel really ugly to do. So if we're doing the attack button and we're holding the input and we've gone past the tap buffer frame, then play the charge attack to the charge buffer frame. Else, if doing... well, that's just nothing. You just stay in the charge at that point. If we're not doing attack, when... Yeah, there's two separate endings now. So let's figure it out. So we've released the button. If we are doing charge... then finish it. So like animator.play charge. Maybe I'll do like a flash or something like that from charge buffer frame to charge dot count minus charge buffer frame at okay. So if we were doing charge when we let go, and animator is not playing, and this doing checks to see if we're playing the sheet, but instead it needs to be get sheet. Yeah. What is the anchor icon and the YD icon? Oh, this is not YD. This is a P. That's processing. I don't know what the extra little thing is, but it's like the letter P of Kilter. This is so it's a development environment for Java. It's like a Canvas app. And then this is comment anchors. So if I do like to do blah blah blah, it saves that to do, and I can search them all later. So I can go like this and say, oh, okay, to do that. I can cross them off by jumping back to that part of the code. Alrighty. So, a little complicated here. This we could probably call like doing so like bool charge freeze framed. Actually, oh yeah. Wait, no. If we let go, what the heck am I doing here? Like, I want to know if we released... This should all happen, like... This should be, like, on an event, essentially. So, like, released this frame or something like that. Yeah. Okay. On release, if we're doing charge and the animator is not playing, then finish the charge animation. Else, you should just do the attack animation, right? Finish the attack. Well, yeah, I guess so. So it's kind of like animated.play attack, tap buffer frame, attack dot count, attack buffer. Okay, and then this is nonsense, and then we don't need that, and then we say if released and animator is playing, then we're done. Hey, Abdul. Welcome. Abdulaziz. Okay. So now we don't even check this anymore. And we don't do this at all. And we don't do that anymore. Okay. And we also don't do this anymore. Okay. So what was I doing with the sword guard? I did like a really big attack. Oh, I had like a different file. Perfect pronunciation. Abdul. Habib. Habibti. Habubi. All right. So I need to grab a file from a different branch. This is in the charge attack branch. We have changes and we have a file here called Armin Smash. Let me smash. I'm tired of edging. Let's save as and put that here. Cool. So it's like, sweet. Okay. Let's export that. So actually, these first frames won't even be here. Maybe the charge attack doesn't need intro frames because the intro frames are always going to be the intro frames of the normal attack. Or we could do it the other way around where, well, either which way, they're all the same. It doesn't matter. So what we do is we don't need to have this Ah, I see. Charge buffer frame is like from this point, it lets us like pull the sword back. Yeah. Okay, so maybe I'll take these and I'll shuffle them back here, and then I'll go this 1, 2, 3. So this could go like still a year or two, unfortunately. It's not out soon. I wish it was out soon. I'm desperate. But no, not yet. So it's like this, and then like a little bit more. Okay. So I mean, this is tough. And maybe the charge frame should just be one frame, just like one hold frame that where it just shakes until he's ready. Maybe I'll try that actually. I want to see what happens. All right. So charge attack, normal attack. Normal attack, not charge attack. Got starting in yet, but we will need it. So actually, we should say like bull, skip attack, start charged. And then okay, and then we say if we don't need to do this. When's the new demo out? The next version? Might be a little while. I don't have like a specific release date for it. I'll do a build next week for sure. There'll be a new patch. But some of the stuff I'm working on right now is not even necessarily going to be in the next patch. It's like more of just test stuff. Okay, so if we start charged, then it's kind of not even, it's not even this. It's like play this from charge buffer frame. Actually, we could say play charge at this frame rate, and then we could say animator dot set frame. Is my Copilot just not working today? Weird. It's not even trying, which is fine. So set frame. Oh, there we go. Charge buffer frame animator dot stop. So that'll just hold him. Hold start as if we've already been holding. All right. Okay. So in the sword behavior, we have these attacks, and the combos are going to be those attacks too. But when I go remove this component, we have this edge attack. Now I can say Armin combo 7 bloody bloody blah. Combo 7 1, and then this is going to be the charged version, which doesn't exist yet. Though it is 192 by 96. Yep. All right. Bop. Big boy attack. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. Oh, also on this frame, it would be nice to do a big swoosh forward. 4. Okay, so then on our sword ground combo, this becomes smash forward at 12.5. Ah, that's not even necessary. This is Armin sword combo 1. This is smash forward. They both have 12.5. They both have a buffer frame on frame 3. And that will be that. So we go back to sword behaviors, and I put into the combo, this is what I want. Okay. Let's have a look. Not quite. Interesting that it pauses. Let's have a look. So, the behavior we're getting is when we hold the button down. Let's have a look one more time. Hold. It seems to sort of get stuck on, is that like frame 1 or a few frames in? Frame 1. So let's have a look. Undo, not released, doing attack, animation is greater than tap off frame. That's fine, but that's not what's happening here. Yeah, it's resetting over and over and over again. So, why is that happening? It's happening because we are being asked to do so from set combo, which is happening every single time we do this, which is happening every single time we do this, which is happening every single time we set next attack, which is happening every single time we go handle cancelling into next attack if we can attack. If input is buffered, set next attack. Well, the buffer gets confirmed. This might have to be... No, attack is... Oh, I wonder if the buffer is considered buffered if I hold it. It might have to be like attack down. Okay. So not buffered. Interesting that that's gone. I think buffered is okay. Oh, this just does this all the time. What? Oh no, but it returns otherwise, so then it doesn't do this all the time. But yeah, I mean, it's spamming that option, so that's no good. Why is that? Well, let's follow the trace. I guess it gets buffered every time. I mean, I could just say like input dot can attack equals false. That might stop it. There we go. Okay. So we get to there and then we do that. So maybe actually the cancel frame on this should be frame 2 rather than frame 3 so that we don't get the hit. Nice. That's actually really good. The only problem is we're getting the sound effect. So that's because we've got on this sword combo 1-7, we get the swoosh sound here instead of here, which, you know, it is what it is. Hey, thanks for the follow, whoever just followed. Welcome. Okay. So, gee, I wish that didn't have to do that. What if I just... Fine. Oh. Okay, well that's probably not right. Oh yeah, I could do like a hit stun, like a hit stop on a perfect guard. So why do we get to spam this? Oh, because it just cancels straight into the next attack. Wait, edge attack. If I release the button on release, if I wasn't attacking, it just goes straight into charge. That's a problem. That's a problem because on release, okay, so we're waiting if we are doing attack and the animator dot frame is less than tap buffer frame. That's better. Cool. It's actually kind of fun. I kind of like it. For a single yeah, I mean for a single button charge attack. Feels good. And if I just tap it, like even if I tap slow, I still get a button. Previously, actually, it was worse than this. Previously, when you went to do this, because it would go into a block instead, so it was hold the button, it would block. The problem was it would, if you got to the block frame and then let go, it would cancel the block and it would cancel the attack. So it would eat your input basically. Whereas now, as long as I started pushing the button, it's doing it. The problem is that this stance is not a block. That's the problem. So it looks like a charge attack, but it's not defensive. So if I wanted to just thinking about how I would because I love that. Chop, chop, chop. Okay, let's do the other animations. Let's do the next couple. So we'll do, that's target one. And then this is remove that. Combo 7-2. And I'm actually just going to copy and paste it. Tap buffer frame is going to be 2 on this one or 3. And charge buffer frame, whatever, 0. And then combo 3, just cheating here a little bit to 0. I don't know if this is going to work actually. It might be worse, but whatever. Let's see if it works out. So 1, no, we get stuck because they need to be technically other animations. It could be in front. I could do it. I've got plenty of guard poses like that. Hello, Pixel Tanuki. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Dropping the kitties off. Very good, very good. So actually, because now they're separate animations, I can go into these and do what I was going to do, which is... Well, that is fine for a hold frame. They actually already start on hold frames. We could start this on frame 1 instead. So, not quite yet. Smash forward 2, smash forward 3. Here? Yeah, it already is set up. Cool. Okay, so it's bump, 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 bump. Cool. So I need to also remove the sound effects from this. This is sword combo 2, which I'm instead going to put on this part here. And then this one here, we're going to delete that and put it on this one here. As sword combo 3. Cool. And then on the sword, did I miss this third attack or what? It looks like it's ready to go. So what's happening on sword behavior? For each combo, if we're not doing it, set next attack to that one. Break. If next attack is not null, set next combo attack. Otherwise, set it to be 0. I mean... What's wrong with that? No, it was not in Next Fest. Why aren't we getting the third hit? Next year, maybe. See how we're cycling between 1 and 2? Which, by the way, is working very well. Oh, because we need to be iterating backwards? No, we just need to... No. No. try that. There we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Let me figure it out. Pop, 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 pop. Maybe. Huh. It's kind of interesting. It changes the game significantly. You're not seeing what it's supposed to do because I haven't built it yet, but I'm pre-simulating it. It changes the game into a different thing. It changes it into, do I think I can get... It's like trying to beat a traffic light. It's like, do I think that I can get my next attack out before this attack's going to hit me? If yes, press it now. If no, wait until I think it's going to hit me and then hit it. So it's like in a traffic light, you know, you either through the light because you're going to make it, or don't, just stop. So that's what this is kind of like, a similar situation, which I was talking about red light, green light yesterday or 2 days ago. So in a way, that's perfect. Okay. Oh, F. Okay, we back? I think we lost it for a bit, but I think we're back now. Okay. So... You're not supposed to accelerate at the light. You are. If in certain circumstances you are supposed to accelerate. If you are... At least in Australia. If your car, which is a really cool car, you're driving a DeLorean or something like that. I don't know. It's hard to draw cars. if your really cool car is here, right, and then the light goes orange, right, you're schmoving through the light. The light goes orange right now, and you're right here. What do? You're moving. You can't slam your foot on the brake now. You got to go. Get through. If it just turned orange and you can't safely brake, you're supposed to go. Otherwise, what are you going to do? You're just risking slamming the brake and maybe like someone behind you. You know, they're not supposed to be close enough, but it still causes a problem. You should go. If it was orange and you were like back here, you're not supposed to accelerate. But if you're like at the light and it just went from green, like it just turned from this to that. High budget. I've always been this way. I was using this software before I was even streaming in 2017. So you can tell Pirate Software where to get his software. Right? Is everyone with me on this? If you're driving at like 60 km, like you've already made the mistake. You can't speed up. Okay, what if... That's true. That is true though. You're actually right. You're actually right. You probably shouldn't speed up. But what if... Hang on. There's a better way to think about this. What if I can't stop safely to get... What if me slowing down is going to end up with me inside of the intersection or in the middle of the intersection with a red light? What if I'm here and I can't get through here by slowing down? I think you have to... Yeah. I mean, the problem with this is like, what is it? How does it go? Shinderu. Something more shinderu. You're already dead, right? You've already screwed up. If you're here and it's been orange for like 2 seconds, it's your fault. Omei wa mo shinderu. That's it. If you're like, yeah, if you didn't see it be orange here, it was orange, like it was orange, 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 it's your fault. And you're going to get a fine because it's going to be red by the time your wheels even cross here, in which case it's your fault. But if it just went orange, yeah. A cliff that has a small gap. Yeah. It's safer to commit. That's what I'm trying to say. That's all I was really trying to talk about. We're actually just doing nothing to do with that right now. We're doing combos. But what I'm trying to say is, in my game, these frames, this frame, right, marks the point when what you're doing becomes a charge attack, right? But if you are in these frames, I'm going to have these frames deflect whatever happens next. That was called Leonardo. So if I'm here and I get attacked, I do a sweet deflection. But if I'm here, I get attacked normally. The deflection doesn't work yet. It actually is better for this. So see this? The like startup. The startup deflects. And I think what I'm going to do is use these frames at the start and then pivot into this frame and then do that. So we're doing some wonky stuff here, but let's try combo 1, frame this. This is going to be this frame. This frame. So it's going to be bop, bop, bop. Ooh, they're not aligned properly. That's annoying. I can't use them then. Omae wa mo shindeiru. What if Armin forges a Honda Pilot? What if Armin forges a Honda Civic? What if Armin forges a Nissan Pulsar Triple S? That was my first car. I love that car. This is my favorite, one of my favorite things to drive. Okay, bip, bip, bip. These frames here. I could just put them bip, bip, bip here. So 1, 2, 3, or is it? Okay, let's do it for now. Let's just cheat it. I don't want to screw around with the art file though. Woe is me. Okay, I think what I need to do is take all of these and move them to the same pivot point, which in this case is going to be 0.3, I guess. Sword combo 1. What is the pivot point of you? Swing 0.33334. That sucks. Okay. But it needs to be done. So his body goes right through this checkbox, this black and white checkered box, which means all of this we're going to move. Or just draw, even. Could be there. So I just push that to that one, between there and there. Yes. Do that. And then on draw, is this here. We go to the sprite renderer, and I'm just going to move these on the X to 3334. I've screwed up, haven't I? Bing, bing, bing. Nope, that's supposed to be over there. These both were supposed to be over here? Here. Yeah. Ding, 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 ding. All wrong. All wrong. 3334. 3334. 3334. I'm Cat Williams now. This just became a Cat Williams tribute. Three, 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 four, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4. All right, let's go back. Let's go back. What am I doing today? All right, combo 7. Go back to this. Hey, Swede. So this becomes draw. I guess 0. Draw 1. Draw 2. Okay. So now it looks like this. It's not that obvious. Anyway, so now player guard. We need to merge this with the sword behavior edge attack that we just created. So I'm pretty sure, yeah, okay. It's doing some take damage nonsense. Okay. What, Swede? I know how to pronounce Sweden. Okay. So I'm not sure. Take damage, face direction, if we're doing the entry, list possible deflects, do all this nonsense. Spawn hit spark, that's all pretty much fine. And then add pressure to the enemy. That's all cool actually, that's fine. Let's grab all this. What do they say, Suede? Let's just take all of this and go sword behavior. This is different stream music today. I'm listening to some Scholastic Utopia just because I feel like it. And paste that there. And then we're going to say if sweaty, if state is edge attack EA Sports. And then this, we're going to just get rid of that for a second. Then where is this last deflect state? I guess we need this here. Okay. And then deflect states we need. Oh yeah, this is a Disney track. I'll probably get flagged for it then. I love this music. Something about this not something about it. All of it reminds me of like my childhood. I specifically like this first one. It's like Final Fantasy Tactics mixed with like being sick from school and having to watch educational TV at like 10:30 a.m. on the educational channel or whatever, the world channel. It's got like all of these different world music aspects. Like, let's just take some bagpipes and some bongos and some flutes and castanets. It's music from everywhere. And then this track I don't like. It's overused on TikTok. But I like this one. Dude, there was this shop that used to be around in Australia that was exactly this. It was called Australian Geographic. I don't know if they still have them. Dude, I was obsessed with this shop as a kid. It's like just a bunch of knickknacks, really. Like weird toys and kind of like random stuff. It's a telescope and it's a thing with all the needles, and you put your hand through it. It makes a print of your hand, or you can put your face in it. It looks like your face is the carbonite thing from Star Wars. It's a stress ball. It's it's a lava lamp. Just like random stuff, you know. Globes. A kit to make like a foam aeroplane with like a rubber band that you can wind up and make it, you know. Dude. I guess, yeah, Sharper Image in the US is similar. This is now what like post offices are in Australia. Look at this. Dude. I was a fiend for these shops. This, look at this. And now look at the playlist. It's exactly the same. Oh man. And that kind of like jazzy saxophone and in the background. Oh, the 90s were just amazing. The 90s were sick, man. I just feel like the world, people say it in the comments, and I kind of agree, like the world was so optimistic in the 90s. You know, the idea, the concept of like having, like someone said it really well in the comments. It was like knowledge was expensive in the world. There wasn't, like going to the library and getting a book out and looking at it was the only way that you could really learn anything. And the internet was this font of knowledge. It was this like promise. There wasn't much on the internet yet, but it was the promise that we would share everything. And all of this information that was hard to access at the library would suddenly become available to us. And we would experience these adventures, you know, in digesting all this new information. And in a way, it kind of was that for like from like 1995 to like 2010, maybe, you know, like the internet wasn't just for websites and apps and social media. It was like you would type in the URL to some thing and you would go there and it would be there would be a website about that thing, you know. It was like the idea that everything would be an encyclopedia, you know. Now, today, the concept of an encyclopedia is kind of lost. Like, you don't even go to Wikipedia to learn information. You just ask ChatGPT. So, all of this music and graphical stuff, all of this is like, we're going to bring all of the world to your computer, you know, all of the museums and the libraries and theme parks and the albums and all of art is going to be in this box, and you're going to enjoy all of it. What a bright future we have ahead of us. That's kind of what we all thought it was going to be. Like going to the library, just conveniently at home. And it doesn't feel like that at all. Because it's all there all the time. And when do you know when to look at stuff? It's just there. It's just in your face forever. You never get a choice because you have too much choice. You know, previously when you went to the library, you had to get up and go and you'd spend 3 or 4 hours reading books, you know. Well, in a way, I don't mind that there are isolated communities about things. I mean, like, that was kind of always the way. There's a guy who's like a member of a family who's a relative, like they're family relatives of my wife, but he's not related by blood to my wife. And he works on like wartime radios. He's an old man, but it's like, yeah, for him, that's how you learn. Like, you have to engage with a small community. There only is a small community, you know, interacting with this technology or this thing. I do suppose that it used to be that there would be books published about this stuff, and the books would be the best because they had to be published and printed. The books would be the most reliable reference you could possibly have about a topic, because someone bothered enough to put it into print and get an editor to really read through all of it and print it. And now there is no official anything. So even if all the information is on Reddit, the lessons, the knowledge that's in the Reddit is just a bunch of arguments. It's not like someone saying, and this is what we learned, you know, by arguing. Yeah, the information you need is there, but it's also covered under a pile of other information that's wrong. You have all of the information that the human endeavor has ever collected, and also all the rubbish. And you can't tell the difference anymore. What? Stop that. Stop that. All right. So let's keep working. Anyway, that's why we're listening to this today, because I kind of feel like I can be that old place. This stream is where we still type all the code and we make pixel art. All right. Now, why do we need multi-hit? I can't remember what that's for. Multi-hit. I didn't pick it up from anywhere. Hang on. Or multi-hit. Yeah, well, that's not even the case anymore. It's like, or we are deflecting technically. So we can actually get rid of that altogether. Hey, I'm a Green Lantern. Welcome. Okay. So we don't need the multi-hit buffer anymore. Interesting. Okay. I mean, I do use a little bit, but I don't prompt. I just tab. Interesting. When does this get even? What? Where is the... Did this used to... How did take damage get called without invoking or assigning itself? Let's have a look. No. Pressure, no. That is so weird. How did I do this? There's nothing here on... Why? How? What? 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 Player guard has a function. Ah, here it is. I see. So this is... This is problematic in that I have like a feature that doesn't exist yet that I sort of need in the game, which is there's no easy way to do it, but there's like the default behavior for what happens when you get attacked, and then there's like a bunch of other behaviors that should also happen when you get attacked. In different scenarios, they are very specific scenarios when they instead take priority. And that priority distinction, they're all listening to an event. So there's like a bit of a race condition constantly. I guess I could call an advanced one and then right after that call the default one. And then all the ones that are listening to the advanced one give a callback if they receive the thing and they catch the case, so that when the generic take damage event gets fired, it can say, oh, I don't need to listen to this because, or it can just not fire because it got captured by something else. Like there's lots of very specific conditions when the player character gets hit but doesn't take damage, and so therefore shouldn't respond in a specific way. And right now I'm capturing that inside of the player character, which is fine. So this goes away. It doesn't work. Can I do that? Oh, I can do that. Okay, this is very much a hack, but for now it'll work. Well, I guess that wasn't right. I didn't save that. Hang on. There we go. But it's still hurting me. So this is now a question of, I think what I was doing was on player guard, setting invulnerability for like literally 1 frame. Wait, that doesn't make much sense. That's duration. Well, that's not going to do anything. Weird. Well, the thing is... Oh, I know why. I didn't give him a guard box on those startup frames. Oh, no. Ah, that makes life way harder. Oh, man. Because it's the states themselves that have the guard box that make you immune. And what I'm looking for is to see if you've released the button. So I can't take the box away if you release the button. Ah. Another wrinkle in our combat system, which is that the damage gets decided before the code gets to have a look. The damage gets decided before anything listening for the hit exchange gets a say. So I can't like hard code something and say, oh, actually don't take damage. I would have to like give it back or I don't know, do something else with it. Otherwise, what's going to happen is combo 1, when I add the guard box to this, I would remove this and I would say box guard and I would put it here. So the problem there is that, I mean, he's basically invincible on the startup. So if you're spamming the attack button, you won't take damage. With a vulnerability of 0, please. It also means I have to, on Armin behavior, set combat now can only happen if, not just if we've input attack. It can only happen. I actually don't know this buffer. What's buffering it? Let's have a look. Right. Okay. So the issue that I have is that buffering a button, I think, is just... Oh, no, hang on. It only happens if attack down, which happens on the frame we've pressed it. So it actually won't buffer. It shouldn't buffer repetitively. It should be our in sword behavior. And we enter. We should just be able to say straight up, well, anytime we pick an attack, so like edge attack, we say input.attack.confirm. Same difference, but it's not going to help us. So if I'm... Why did that not work? Yeah, it shouldn't then rebuffer it. Okay, no, we only buffered it once. It's actually perfect. Wait a second, did it? Only once. So then... Yeah, exactly once. So then how do we end up back in that state? Armin behavior. Set combat. So this happens. Oh, hello. This happens if that's fine. Set combat here. No. Here. Here. Input attack and not starting jump and has weapon. An input attack is attack held. Nah, that's no good. Sorry, buddy. All right. And go. Okay. Now we have this business, which we want to get in there. Sweet. Okay. I'm not sure I understand why that's happening. Because this has a lot of poise and not a lot of vulnerability. But we're kind of, aren't we ignoring that altogether? I wonder if we're doing, oh, it's this should stun. Interesting. Well, let's just go, nope, nope, nope for now. Yeah, that's better. Okay, how does that feel with a controller? It's very different. Okay. Ow. Well, the timing is way unforgiving. Okay. Alrighty. So... what do I want? I want to be able to attack. Out of that, which means if we are in the deflect state, cancel can lead our next attack. If we can attack, it's right here is the rattle. When we do the deflect, actually I haven't checked what happens if we try to do that, so let's try. So can I get a deflect and then immediately do an attack after that? No. So this is... yeah, guard 1, 2, 3. So guard 1, what did I do? Nothing fancy. It's just an attack. So I need to be able to press a button inside of sword behavior. Which means this should be true. Maybe we can force it here. Nice. Okay. The only issue I have with it, and it's a big issue, is that when you get a perfect guard, there's not really much you can do to I guess I would want to like cancel the deflect into an attack on release. Which is sort of weird. And it's not only just weird, it also means I have to move a bunch of stuff around, which is not great. But I'm going to do it anyway, because that's what we're here for, to prototype. So let's try this. First, let's do a first commit saying moves player guard options to sword behavior. Sword to sword behavior. And then now we want to take all of it and move it to edge attack. What is wrong with this? This is a behavior state, right? It's weird. What the heck? That's a list of behavior states. State is an I state. Can I say as behavior state? Thank you. Alrighty. So, if you have the parries, Perfect Guard feels redundant or training the player into a suboptimal action. Well, I'm trying to merge them, not have them additional. And I'm still on the way there. Basically, a perfect guard will be... This is too chaotic. Excuse me. A perfect guard will be the start of a parry, essentially. Meaning, if you were input in the correct direction, you will get... Well, we'll see. I'm swimming through the soup of design here to find something that feels good. That's all right. So what I have now is charge attacks. So you can hold down the buttons. And I'm trying to do this. There's a few things that I'm doing here to essentially discourage spamming. So one is give you an option to do a heavy attack between. And the other one is I want to make enemies way more aggressive and I want them to be able to do multi-hit attacks. So if enemies can do more, the parries that I have right now aren't really set up for the player to do that because they require multiple buttons to press. And there still will be directional parries, but I need to rejig how the startup works and what the input kind of criteria is. Anyway, you'll get the idea in a second. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Don't worry. This has been fought over and considered for days now, so... But I don't know what's happening. That's not supposed to happen. I guess I haven't really set anything up yet, so let's go over to it. Deflect states 1. So, not deflect states, ground combo. This now has a bunch of states. What is that? I don't know why he flies back like that. It looks cool. It's not what's supposed to happen. It's so funny that he reels back like that. What the hell? Oh, there's this. Oh, I see. Yeah, well, I'm in the middle of building this, so the windows are not set up yet. Don't worry about the balance of something that I'm building. We're not there yet. I haven't even done any custom animations for this. It's just hacking together old stuff to try a concept. Okay, so... What is happening here? All right, let's have a look. Okay. Steady on. Ah. No. This is just can deflect. Hmm. No, I think what I would want to do is actually not do this at all and just let it rock. And maybe, is there a can attack here at all? Interesting. It's so different. It's going to take me a while to get used to it, to know if I like it or not. I think I need to I think there's no way to do the charge attack and to hold guard. I think those two things don't work together. Unless I make this move much more like to hold basically this pose. I'm not very close at all. We got lots of work to do. So I could take these away. I mean, see how it feels. Yeah, I think this. Yeah, the problem is I'd want to be able to like re-tap it kind of thing. Interesting. Okay, let's go cancel interdirectional attack. So right now, holding the button does not stop us from moving. So sword behavior. Maybe on the edge attack. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. So now it's a question of the directional attacks from sword behavior. So cancel into I think I commented it out. Cancel into directional attack. How can this be? How can this be? I can't have what, down, up, but then if else has buffered facing direction, but this has to be true before I even do that. That can't be right. mean, we could probably just reuse it anyway and just say if we're grounded, if down, if up, if we've buffered a facing direction, do that. So that doesn't work. Has buffered facing direction. I don't know. I don't know why that's doing that. It's giving us what? It's giving us forward attack, right? No, back attack. Okay. This. Ah, if we have not buffered facing direction. I think it needs to be if we have buffered facing direction, bool, like true, false, and this is forward, back. Let's try that. Nice. Sweet. Okay. Now I can parry out of... Oh, that's sweet. Hang on, hang on. This is kind of cool now. Do I have a vibe code? Not really. So can I do multi? Can I block twice? Nice. Did I solve it? That's crazy. If input dot attack is buffered, set next attack, cancel into. It's like we're still doing this. Like I can. Do that, which I shouldn't be able to do. Wait, how bad is it? Can I just like go crazy? Yeah, okay. So first of all, this cancel in a directional attack, commit attack, input.attack.confirm. And then also I would say input.canAttack equals false. No. No, I don't really have a vibe code. Not regularly. Not unless there's something specific that I don't know how to do that I need help with. But if I know generally what I'm doing, I don't touch it. I find my game is too action games are really hard to vibe code. I don't really like it for the most part. It doesn't bother me that much, like ethically. I find that vibe coding has this effect of the train running away from you. You know, like one's ability to sign off on code becomes hampered the more code that's written not by you. You know what I mean? You go from being someone who's writing the code to being someone who's like a middle manager, you know, or like a senior, you know, lead software engineer, but like you don't know your team. It's all offshore outsourced, you know. That's kind of what it feels like. This is too crazy. So that's where I mostly stand on it. If it's really good for doing stuff that's really common, you know, and if you're building stuff, but like for action games like this, it's so, you know, it gets the gist of what you're trying to do, but it's not going to understand intuitively what the game feels like. And so much of this kind of code is about feeling. Like I can't even describe what I want until I'm playing it half the time. That's gonna rip me in the butt. I mean, web development, if it's like front end, sure, go for it. You know? I think part of it is because it really forces you to understand what you want. Yes, but I think that's also like a really ugly way to design. Like, like basically saying, hey, do this, and then it does it wrong, and you go, okay, do that instead. Don't do this, and then it goes, oh, okay. I think you have to be really good. The problem is that the acceptance criteria for what you want doesn't always if you're trying to figure it out as you go, there will be code written that is not what you want, but that you don't know it yet, that you approve, that becomes load bearing. It's like the agent will create dependencies that you don't understand, but aren't in the way of your immediate issues. And then way down the track, you'll go, oh, whoa, hang on. I didn't want you to do this, and this. I didn't ask for that. And now, because of you having done those things that I didn't notice, now I can't do the thing I really wanted to do. That happens a lot in my little experiments that I've tried with it. I found that's been a common theme, because you get on a roll, you know. At that point, it's like you can't rewind. You kind of have to like go to a really like a commit that's so far back that you lose a lot of the progress that you made. It's like, I didn't want to explore this solution at all if I had known that it couldn't do this thing. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like there's just a lot of waste in that process, because you're not really rationalizing with intent. It's more about like, well, yeah, do this. Okay, that looks good. All right, do that. And then comes the question of like, is that the way that you want for work to get done? Like, is it fun for us? Is it even, maybe it is more effective to just like fail fast, but like, I don't know if I want to do that. Like what got me interested in developing stuff is the development, not the having the thing. So I don't know. I'm sure it works for a lot of people, but you have to fundamentally change. I don't think it makes you a better designer. I think it makes you maybe a better director. Maybe. That's probably the one thing I think that you could probably... Yeah. Maybe. I haven't used anything in the last 6 months that was that sophisticated. Like I'm using a paid tier of Claude, but I don't know. I found for me, whenever I tried to get something sufficiently sophisticated happening, it stopped being able to rationalize the whole. So I couldn't ask it to refactor big parts because it didn't actually understand how those big parts related to the other parts. You know, it was like, this feature doesn't do what I want it to do, and I want it to do this in this direction, even if I'm like writing a lot. Yeah, maybe it's changed a lot. I don't know. I'm open to it. Like, it's like the video stuff, you know. It was like garbage, and then it was imperceptible, the difference between AI video and real video, in like literally one version. So I need this condition. Yeah, I don't know. Again, like the stuff I'm doing right now, I feel like I don't know. If I'm using the word feel, it means that I'm guessing. So I don't really want to speculate. But it hasn't been what I would want. But I can accept that it would be different now. It kind of makes me sad that like real coding is going away. It's really sad, actually. Can attack. So in edge attack, when we go into charge, input dot can attack equals true. No. There we go. Dude, this is crazy. This feels so good. I guess it's also a lot faster. It's what I was... This is what I was looking for sure. It's almost there. They seem abusable. You mean like the double jump? They're abusable except for the fact that you don't get to keep them between levels. So I know whether or not you can use an ability in a specific area because I put an enemy that has that ability in it. Hey, thank you so much. Stuff is happening here. I mean, it's certainly getting better. Those are prototype sprites. It's just work in progress. I don't have an animation for that thing yet. Like, it's just me prototyping it. The only thing I don't love is what you're supposed to do when you deflect. That doesn't feel right yet. Like, you can deflect, but then what? I pushed the button to attack. Now I'm in this position here where I'm holding the button down. It's a tough one. So, there's something else here. Can deflect. I think this needs to have a millisecond thing behind it. Deflect buffer equals 0.2f. Could try that. What's happening there? I'm getting the flash, but I'm still taking damage. Because what's currently inspiring me right now? Probably like Sekiro and Elden Ring right now, but in my life, I don't know. I want to make something new. The problem here is that, yeah, this is the problem. We can't separate the guard state, which has the guard box on it with a vulnerability of 0. That's baked into the animation. And what I'm trying to do here has more to do with millisecond balance rather than frame balance. So this stuff is blocking, even though it should functionally work like an iframe. I also want the smash attack. I guess what I could do is on the smash forward, or like, what is it? What have I got here? Combo 1? On combo 1, not that combo 1, the new combo 1. This one. I guess what I could do is hold on this frame. I put one more frame on this. Yeah, hang on. Okay, if I duplicate this, but that's not going to be right. I would want to effectively retroactively change the collision that had got calculated so that it takes less damage after the fact. But I can't really do that, can I? What is the answer? What is the answer? Oh crap, I'm getting black on my shirt because my glasses, the paint's coming off. It's not very good. All right. What do I want to do here? This is all correct, but I can't. The life component. This music's annoying me. Hello. Let's skip. The life component has it. So what are we doing? When we resolve collisions, we take all the collisions, we apply them. When we apply them, we ask first if we're vulnerable. And so we don't do any of this stuff. Where does the health get applied? Apply damage if we're vulnerable after we apply the collision. But also we won't even call the on hit confirm or on damage confirm or on self stun has life dot on. I think it's on hurt confirm. And this invokes only if we weren't vulnerable. Meaning, if I go to Armin behavior, this take damage, which then calls our parry, it's not gonna work. So we would need something on our edge attack where instead of take damage, it's looking for on like hit received, maybe. But again, that only happens if we're vulnerable. So there's no cheap way for me to make Armin invincible during a specific amount of time, I have to do it inside of the frames, which are frame rate dependent. Well, not frame rate dependent, but they have a frame rate parameter. Therefore, I would have to manually make Armin invulnerable, like on some of these frames, you know, by doing something like this and taking this away and then doing this. Which, like, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's not great either. Not good. Wait, Unity's going core CLR? Does that mean that the compile times will be a lot faster? I can't remember what that means. What is core CLR? Does that mean like they're using dot, what was it, like core CLR? Yeah. So it's going to be like way faster? Let's ask GPT. I like GDScript. Sweet. Oh, wow. Native hot reload. That's cool. Sweet. This I'm excited about. Right. Still going to do IL2 CPP. Okay. I'm tired. Yo, since it's 4:30 p.m. on a Friday, is it gaming time? Yeah, I'm not happy with that yet. It needs to be able to cancel in immediately. That means that on edge attack, can attack is true basically straight away, just on enter. Which means we just do that, don't we? Ooh, that was clutch. That's better. That's cool. I did see Pokemon Waves and Winds. I wasn't, I mean, like, it looks better, which I've been waiting for. I've basically been boycotting Pokemon for about a decade. Because I just don't like the studio right now. That is actually so cool. This is doing some of the stuff that Luca and I were trying to do recently. Like if I incorrectly guard, that's a problem. Yeah, it can only be cancelled by directional attacks, not by... Yeah, so this is like ball current is edge intro equals doing equals state is edge attack A and A dot can deflect. Maybe. And this becomes the end. Bull. Well, you can't cancel into direct attack unless, so it's an end. Current edges intro. Okay. We can still do that though. Wait, so hang on a second. This can attack. It's not, we're not asking for that. Oh, cancel into next attack. Okay, hang on. Nope. But what am I doing here? It is doing all of that. But this is only for directional attacks. So how are we... We're only able to do 4 of these attacks here. So maybe that's not what it's doing. This music is awesome. It's doing that via sword behavior enter. Oh, what the heck? Wait, so if I go bop bop. No, it's handle cancelling into next. Okay, so it is doing this, but then input.can attack is causing its problems. So on edge attack, input.can attack equals false. I mean, it's pretty clear that it's starting on false. Maybe I just need to compile again. So I'm trying to merge these things a little bit, but conceptually there's a deflect and a parry. The parry has a directional valence. You have to push in a direction to get the parry. I don't know why that's doing that. Edge attack, sword behavior, input can attack equals... I mean, debug.log input.can attack. How long does that stay false for? It's true after... Oh, it takes a little bit of time. But then it's true. So... I suppose it's this. Nice. Okay, let's try that. I think what I want is on this little ping. I want to be able to release the button to get my attack out. Oh, no, I don't. I want that to eat the attack. Ah. But I should be able to cancel out of it and do something else. So I think like here we would want like oof. Okay. Public ball is deflecting. No. Amazing music. You're basically describing how it is. That's it. Why does that I never seem to get that right. So if I just block, I get deflects. And I can do that multiple times. Dude, I get clonked every single time on that down stab. What is this? What is this? What is this move? Where is the... Bro! I'm always missing. Okay, that's better. I'm like a frame off every single time. It kills me. Okay. Ouch. Okay. Yeah, it's cool. So the idea is basically like that enemies will have attacks that don't have these big directional parries. Like, they're great, but I needed ways for the player to have to defend against like multi-hit attacks and just like more regular attacks. And previously you could just basically parry everything, and you kind of still can, I suppose. I guess there's this thing that happens when you're a developer. Oh my gosh, what is this music? Excuse me. Let's go back to the beginning, but right here. There's this thing that happens as a developer where you are immediately biased towards playing in a certain play style based on what you're testing. So like for me, it's like, oh, can I do X, Y, Z? But that's not what players will do. Players will just press the attack button over and over again. So I just really dislike, there's something I really hate about the feeling of parrying an attack with an attack button, right? Like, I get the block. That's not good blocks. That's a bad block. There we go. I get the block. One sec. I hate when I get the block that I wanted, but then I don't get to, like, I don't get my follow-up or something like that. Like in the one button press, I kind of want to be able to go bing and then release the button to do a counter hit or something. It kind of is what it does right now. It's just not going to wait for me. But the thing is, I asked it, I can't have both things at once. Sometimes I want it to eat my input because I want to be able to go tap, tap, tap and block 3 times in a row. But because block is attack, there's not really a way around it, is there? And there's kind of an antithetical thing about like holding the button that I don't like, where this charge attack thing, it's a big bet, but when am I going to use it? I'm just going to sit here and wait so I can do that. I liked the idea of charge attacks so much. I mean, I still like it, but something about it. kind of pixel fireplace. You have to be holding the button down still in the intro frames to get that. Yeah, I think this might be too difficult. The L1 kind of like logic was, I think, a bit better. This is hard. I have to really make a decision on this. It's hard. I think I need time away from it. All right, let's push it and call it first whip single button edge implementation. And then I'll just try switching over to the development branch and seeing what that feels like. No, I wouldn't want a quick charge. It's not the way we would do it. Adding a resource is a bit strange. Not a resource, what am I trying to say? Right now, it kind of does something similar, where you can keep the button held down after, and then the next time you release it, like I'm doing everything on the negative edge, which is why I'm calling it that. So there is this thing of like, you are kind of doing your heavy attack through the deflect. You're like building it up so that when you next can attack, when you release the button, it just does a big heavy attack. That's kind of what it's doing, but yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about it yet. Let's just take a look here and see what this game feels like without it. Yeah, so now it's just, I attack and the button attacks. There is no block. It definitely feels different without the block. It's like, oh, how do I have this block. But I don't get anything for it. There is a big difference in the idea of like dueling. Like this has no dueling because I can't trade blows. That's the thing that feels different. I can't swing back and forth. Whereas this version, This version has the L1 block. Let's see what that feels like. So I've got 3 versions now. Okay, so now it's, I mean, that actually feels way better in terms of just the, maybe because of Elden Ring, tapping L and getting the block as a separate move does feel better to me. Just going like ping, 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 that feels better than tapping it in like holding it to block and releasing it to hit. Backing. The only problem I have with the L1 block is it has this problem of there's still the directional aspects of the combat system is still, yeah, like block and attack as separate buttons. It does feel good for sure, no question. It's just like if I want to parry this, that's a completely separate thing to blocking it, and that feels weird to me. Like they're just different inputs altogether. That's what's weird. Like this doesn't feel like a complete solution on its own. I guess Elden Ring is like this, but this Elden Ring doesn't have swashbuckling either. That's the other thing. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, I don't know. So I think we have a formal definition for what swashbuckling is now. So swashbuckling is when you and the enemy can trade blows without necessarily breaking the fight. That's swashbuckling. And I think the problem that I have right now is that in the L1 model, there's no way... Swashbuckling goes both ways. Swashbuckling is you swing at me, I block it. I swing at you, you block it. Right? It's like we are trading blows, trying to make someone buckle, someone break. And this doesn't have that, because as soon as I do the correct counter, I win. Right? I can just do whatever I want. So I think the alternative here isn't parrying typically attacking into an attack and blocking being sort of defensive stance. Like that's normal, right? Well, I want to move away from the concept of typical, and I just want to think about questions and answers. That's what it feels like. That's what I want it to feel like. They do something for you, you do something back. They do something at you, you answer back. Like, can you deal with this attack? Ha! Yes, I can. Ha! Can you deal with this attack? Ha! Yes, I can. Ha! That's swashbuckling. So in this, when an enemy is attacking you, the only thing that needs to be affected is that I have these different options, and that's fine. It's just that right now they always kind of win the whole fight. And maybe there's a way to make it so that enemies they don't get broken until you break the poise bar. I mean, that would be the answer. So down the bottom, even if I do this, you know, it might build the bar a lot, but it doesn't, I don't get my, you know, my big response until after I break it, and then I can do all crazy stuff. I mean, it feels good. This like ding, and then counterattack. It's close. It certainly feels like the makings are there. Damn it. Parrying is risky and usually has a reward for taking the risk, where blocking is the safe bet. Yes, it's not about options. This isn't about like why would you do one or the other. This is about when you do the right action. Right now the flowchart terminates. If the right action was for you to do the parry, once you do the parry, the fight ends because the enemy gets launched into the air and you get to go crazy on it. So either doing the parry is not the be all end all, it's not the big thing, or the parry is something that the enemy won't do a parryable attack until you've sort of pressed them. You know, you have to really test them to force them to do an attack that has a directional aspect to it. So it would mean basically that parrying is the wrong option a lot of the time. And I think that the struggle here is that a lot of these attacks, you know, they don't feel like the Dark Souls style parry riposte, where the parry is like a very like open your whole body with a shield kind of thing. They're more just like swings. And so the difference between like these attacks is that they always do, you know, they always do the swing. So they're interchangeable with regular attacks because they are attacks. So maybe there's something we can do. I don't know. I mean, it feels good. It doesn't feel bad for sure. Maybe this is more about like putting the time into testing these prototypes further. I don't really have the resources to do it, but maybe that would be the difference maker. It's hard. It's hard. I don't have like a super duper easy answer. Unfortunately. I have to meditate on it over the weekend, I think. The negative edge thing, I think feels mucky. This is the negative edge version. It doesn't feel good. And then there's moments where it does feel good. Oh man, I hate this. Friends. That's okay. There's a lot. I'm already like, it's a bit hard sometimes to entertain multiple design conversations, you know? Like even just now, like 3 different people had different input. You know, how does someone process all of the things that I'm considering and everything that everyone else is considering? Action, reply. Enemy has the opportunity to parry your strike back right after a parry. It turns into sort of a dance. That's what I do. I do want something like a dance. And that what you're describing is similar to how I have plans to do it. So like enemy actions that create like chains of interaction. That's something I'm considering. That's okay. I got you. It's hard for me to just turn my... I guess I should just play the game. Just pretend I'm just playing it. And then worry about what happens next. when you say so many different combat capabilities, I'm not really doing anything. How the game has played and how the game is playing, how I'm what I'm experimenting with right now is essentially not more. I'm just rearranging things and seeing whether or not they work. Like being able to hold an attack before you let it go is not a different thing to, like, it doesn't change how these work, you know, and it doesn't really interact with them. Or like having a little block, it's not, again, it doesn't affect the ensigns at all. Also, like, you don't have everything all the time. I'm not adding anything to the combat, really. It's not the feel that I'm trying to change. It's hard to, like, always explain because I've explained it so many times today. Basically, okay, it's like this. Right now in the game, there is a ceiling on how interesting fights can get in terms of this kind of, like, if this is like the flow chart of combat where there's like control. So like this is like the player has full control. As control. And this is enemy has control. Like who's dictating the pace, who can press buttons and who can't, right? You push the fight this way when you do the right thing. The fight goes this way when you do the wrong thing. And right now, the way that the combat is set up is that this rubber bands back to the original spot constantly. It's always boink, back to original, boink, back to original. Just based on, because there's only one thing you can do to, like, affect, like, there's no points along this line that an enemy can be at, and there's no points along this line that a player can be at. So I can't make it feel like you're winning. You basically either win or you lose a fight because of the combo system and everything like that. So what I'm trying to do is put actions in that are defensive for the player and that the enemies can have, or I'm basically trying to create space in the more like micro interactions, and that space mostly just comes down to defense. So like when you take damage right now, you go invincible, but we discussed today an opportunity where maybe if you take damage, you go into like a stagger, like Armin staggers back. He doesn't just go invincible and take damage. He gets like compromised. Same thing with the enemies. You know, when you attack an enemy, when you do a specific action against an enemy, they don't just get juggled. Maybe they only flinch a little bit, or maybe they don't get animation broken. It's that kind of thing that's important in the game, so that I can have you kind of like spend time, so that there's something to learn in the fights. That's really what it's about. So like here, you know, being able to block that if it's important that you're able to do that, then I can have that be part of the challenge ceiling of the game. But if you can just run up and just go like this, then it doesn't matter what the enemies can do, what the players can do. You just spam the attack button. So it's really about how do I make the game deeper than just pressing the attack button in terms of what you have to do, and then how do I make the enemies deeper in terms of like how they respond. And I really want to be clear, like, I'm not looking for suggestions today. I'm not looking for suggestions. I'm exploring things that I've already it's like the suggestions were like 3 days ago, and now I'm just like walking through building it. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't mean to be like, I welcome your suggestions just because you're chat and you're here and we're on the stream and it's nice, but I don't need them in terms of knowing what to do next. I think I just need to. It's either this with the block, either we have that, or let me write this, think this out as I'm fighting. Yeah, this is the problem. This is the problem. The directional parries are set up right now so that when an enemy does an attack at you, right, and they swing, when the enemy swings their weapon at you, the problem is you either are doing the parry or you're not. If the right answer to this forward attack is for you to backstep into the parry, I've made it so that this is like essentially a Boolean thing. You're either pressing the button or you're not, and you can't be pressing it wrong. If you pressed it, you get the riposte because it slows the game down, it speeds you up, it aligns it, it synchronizes it so that you can't screw it up if you do it right. And there is no, before you're doing the parry, you're not guarding, you're just standing there. So, because this is the natural state of Armin, and doing the parry just means doing the input, there's no gradation between idle and parry, where, oh, you know, there's this much space in between, and I can tune the outcome to how well you did this. Did you press it this early? Did you press it this late? Were you holding on to it too long? That's why the block is so valuable, because when it comes to blocking, if I'm here and I'm holding L1, or I'm in like if I have to like hold a button and then I press another button to like execute the parry, then I could be not pressing the button. I could be pressing it but not doing the parry action. I could press the parry action late, right? I could press the parry action too early. There's like lots of different space in between. It's like I know what the right answer is, but I didn't do it right. And right now, that doesn't happen here. If I just do it the way that it's built in the base game, that's the answer. There's no way to do that wrong. Whereas when I have this, there are ways to do this wrong. If I hold it too long, in the different branch, give it a sec. So in the L1 version, you know, if I'm holding the button too long, I get this like clonk that happens, and Armin's put in this situation where he's like, oh, Like my arm, you know, he's sort of, you don't have any options anymore. You have to watch him do that. And you're not invincible. You can't run away. You can't roll. You're stuck. And now you have to deal with this next attack. So assuming that the enemy had multiple. So having there be multiple, I think is like, having there be different responses that the player can have by doing something improperly, to me makes a lot of sense. And so what this needs to be is, maybe it's something like, there needs to be times where you have to block for this to work. If I was to do it in this model, there needs to be like a time where you have to do something a specific way. And so I think the answer, I mean, the problem that we have now with the parries is not just that it's because there's 4 parries, right? So you could say, well, what if you're doing the wrong parry, right? You could be doing forward, back, up, down. The problem is that this is what's called qualitative, right? Either you're doing this or you're doing this, and they're different. They're different. They're like cardinally different. And what we want is something that's more like quantitative. So it's like, how much did you do it right? Were you right on? Were you like 1 frame off? Were you like 10 frames off? That's different. So my gut says this is too complicated. I'm on the right track, but the mechanisms that I'm using to sort of solve these problems are hard to define, or like hard to adjust quickly. I could just keep going deeper. I could just keep prototyping. It's not a problem. It's more just like, the only way to make this faster, when you have qualitative things like this, the only way to make this feel like, oh, you did it 60% right, is to force you to do this multiple times. Like if I force you to do like a Dance Dance Revolution thing where you go up, down, forward, back, you have to do all of those things in sequence, and you get one of them wrong, but you get the other 3 right. Okay, now you did this 75% correctly. So I could, there is a sense of gradation there that turns this qualitative interaction into a quantitative one. It's just that this, currently, I got the slowdown, I got the ching, I got like, it feels large, it feels significant. So I would need to reduce the significance of how it felt. So my concern, I have a couple of concerns here. One of them is that when we talk about clashing in that swashbuckling sense, if I'm choosing to defend, it feels great to block an enemy attack like that. It feels awesome. If that was an attack that I did and it bounced off the enemy, I would think I was doing something wrong. So the question then becomes, what would the Davian, you can, if you could DM me, I could look into it. Send me a message request and I'll see if I can unban you. All right. So the question then that we have to explore is, what does it mean? What would it mean if I could, on Discord, with the same account? It's tough. It's tough because it's such a, again, qualitative thing. There's no logical way that I could say, hey, like you were supposed to parry upwards, but you parried forwards, so you get this deflect animation. That doesn't seem right. That's not good. It really should be that you're making a conscious choice. So the alternative would be that we do something where you have to do this to do the parry. You know, it could be that you have to go bing, and then the next thing you do is your response. Like maybe there's a point when, as you're pressing the button, the bar goes up and you can only do the big parry moment after you bring the bar to full. That's what I'm trying to say. Chaining of good decisions and chaining of punishments too, if you do something wrong. That's what we're really missing. For boss fights specifically, yeah. Boss fights and big enemies. And the reason why you don't feel it in chapter 1 is that there aren't many big enemies or boss fights. So it feels like I'm just making up problems, but it is a problem later. I think that the L1 block is a winner. It does feel good to do. Even that, you know, there's something, I keep using this word cinematic. To me, cinema is kind of like visual tension. That's what I kind of mean when I say it. So for me, cinema is like the story of this fight is, oh, he's dangerous, but then, oh, the player did something cool, and oh, now it's, you know, the fight's really coming to life. You know, this idea of something like cooking up. Again, it's swashbuckling, right? It's like you're watching the poking and prodding and then this big open up moment. Yeah, maybe the directional attacks. This would be huge. This would be like potentially quite problematic. No, they have to be. They can't. Okay, I was gonna say maybe the attacks don't come out if you don't get attacked first. Like, but then you wouldn't be able to do that. You wouldn't be able to stab down or something. Not that that's, I mean, like, probably not the end of the world, but... You should be able to do that. You should be able to do that. Maybe these attacks have to take way longer. And maybe they have to be much more frame precise. Maybe it needs to be like more like the Dark Souls parry, where you really gotta get it right. Like they're more of a Hail Mary. So the two suggestions that we've brought up today, which I would be open to, is this idea of enemy responses to parries when they posture. And the next one would be much more costly, slower, directional attacks. Yes, exactly, Fireplace. That is the plan. And the struggle is, how do I give the player agency and make them feel like they have control and that they're not forced to wait all the time when they don't have the powers? If I'm just normal Armin doing normal things, what is my win condition? Like, it's cool to be able to do this, and I want you to be able to do that. Like, that's your reward. You did everything right to get here. Maybe there's two different down attacks. Maybe there's like a down attack, which is just a directional attack, right? It's just a swing that goes down, right? I'm doing a down attack. And then maybe there's a down parry. So when I hold this button and I press down, Armin does he just does that. And it'll only get the riposte if he So this ends up being like a true guard state. And then up, down, left, right are the directions of parry. And back would be like the default. Maybe, like you just have to press back, 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 back to block multi-hits. And forward would be, I don't know what forward would be, but holding the button and pressing the directions would all be essentially defensive. Pressing the buttons would be offensive. It's close to what we've already got, but I'm describing it slightly differently. Where you don't just get to swing by pressing up, down, left, right, forward, back. You actually only rock in that direction. He shifts his weight, basically. And you have to shift your weight for every attack you get hit by. You have to shift your weight correctly. So when I do that back step, I don't get the riposte. I just get a this. So it's basically, I'm just doing this. The problem is, oh yeah, no, this is good. Because I can do multiple of those when I press the arrow button. I can hold the button down and press arrow multiple times. All of those are defensive rocks back and forth. And then there would be maybe like a moment or like something specific where I get to do a directional attack that then is the big moment. So it's still about doing the directional attacks. You still do that to do the parries or whatever. But the parry moment is something that you have to... Well, the way I have it right now is the parry moment can only be done when an enemy has an ensign. So like that red that the hedgehog has right now, that's the only time that it becomes a parry. That's kind of cool. Maybe that's what it is. Oh, wow. That simplifies it a lot. So you just can't do a parry unless it's against an ensign. The sword captures it. Okay. So this, yeah, that goes away. Okay. The only thing I have against that is I've held the button down and then now how do I get my attack back? What do I do? I have to just let go and press the button again. I suppose that's okay. Okay. This works. No, we've been doing negative edge all day. We've been doing it. I'm beyond it. It didn't feel good. The problem with the negative edge was it meant that there's this problem where if I press the button down to defend, like my intention behind what I'm trying to do is ambiguous in the game. So if I'm trying to block and I press the button down, should it attack after I let it go? If I'm trying to attack when I push the button down, should it, like what should it do? Like this is the positive and then that's the negative edge. So block, it's like block, attack, well, try again. block, attack, block, attack. It's just a bit awkward. And it also does this thing where there's this very satisfying feeling of tapping the button and having the attack just come out. Whereas this kind of, it makes it, again, your intention gets blurred. Wait, so I'm trying to go back to normal development right now. And I still do want attack on that, but I want to do guard. What prompted me? No, that's not the problem. The problem was the combat for more complicated enemies didn't have any depth to it because there was no states of swing in the fight. You either just win or you lose. Every parry, you know, sends the enemy reeling back. Every time you take damage, you just flash, take some damage, and you can run around and do whatever you want. So we're looking for ways to bake into the input system aspects of combat that are finer, that are more subtle, that force you to like lose your ground would be a good way to describe it. The aspect of like losing ground is really, you know, or like losing your footing, you know, that isn't there at all. There's just like, oh, I'm standing here, I got the hit or I didn't get the hit. So it's not a big problem, but it is a problem I want to solve. What is this? What version is this? Wait, I'm on the development branch and I have parry on block? That can't be right. It's just like I want for there to be better and worse ways to do things. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you should be able to come away from a fight and go, I didn't do that quite right. And not doing it quite right doesn't mean you took a lot of damage or you didn't. It means like, oh, you didn't quite counter that ability properly. You were a bit slow with that because you were forced into a, you know, like in something like Elden Ring, it would be like stamina management. Advantage, yeah. Well, it does. It does relate to poise. All of the blocks that I've been experimenting with in all the different versions, they do poise damage on the enemies when you parry correctly. So the new version is options for exploration. The new options are no parry unless against an ensign. Otherwise, you just do a directional guard when pressing arrow while blocking. I do have an energy system. No, I don't think it's necessary. I think we can solve it with animation states. I think this might be the winner. This is a really big idea. Because it means that the player win condition becomes bound to the enemy behavior, which is really key. It means you can't win unless you're watching and you're paying attention. Because right now, basically, all of these enemies, especially the simple ones, you know, you can kill them without paying respect to their behavior. Whereas in the version that I was playing with L1 Guard, L1 Guard, in this version, the enemy can like parry your normal attacks. So now it's like, oh, I need to be careful. Not parry, but he can defend against your normal attacks. So the idea of like, okay, I can spam at him, but I'm not going to do much damage. That's important. And then if he's spamming at me, what do I do? You know, what's my best way of dealing with this part of the enemy's kit? Even the concept of that question is one that we haven't had up until now. The concept of, oh, what's the best way I'm supposed to defend against that? That doesn't exist in the game right now. Like, this is cool. It's not cool to wait. That's the only problem. I think and your sword is bouncing off of them, maybe? Or they're doing a guard like Armin is doing. I think that's probably it. Maybe the Lengson, when we attack him, he should do something almost exactly equivalent to our L1. So when I go bing and my sword goes back and I attack him, he goes bing and then like retaliates. I mean, that's all the code is already lets us do that. It's just not explicit in the animation. Hey. We haven't gone anywhere. We still here? Hello. All right. So, we're here. Hey, error on YouTube. Our weapons smaller than enemy? I don't know. They're about the same size in this situation. Sometimes they're smaller. So, yeah. I think what I want to do is this. And then enemies can nerf parry. I think the only thing that I would add to the general mobs that I don't have, and it wouldn't be all of them, but on future ones, the idea of an enemy having a multi-hit attack. That's really what we're missing from the game. That forces the player to be in a defensive stance. The idea that like this enemy is going to go ding, 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 and you have to go block, block, block. That thing is what we're missing right now. If we add that, then forcing the player to do this 3 times, like 3 parries kind of thing, that makes it defensive, you know? I also think like this yellow bar, I might set it up so that some of the bigger enemies they don't do that when you hit them. They don't go, ow, until you've broken the yellow bar. They just do their own thing. The simple enemies, I think they're okay. Just to be simple. But like, see that interaction there? That interaction was what I would call like constantly in the player's favor. Like, we are pressing the attack button, and every time we press the attack button, we can press the attack button. That just eliminates the fight because we're stuck at this end of the spectrum. So the idea that you need to sort of like work your way up to it, and that the fastest way to work your way up to it is to sort of learn their game and respond correctly. That's, I think, it. Like now, I broke it in 3 hits. I just had to parry 2. You know, that's pretty good. If a normal attack just goes ding, ding, and I'm doing attacks, but I'm doing like guarded attacks, you know, if he was flashing gray in those instances, and I was only doing half the damage and half the posture damage, sure, you could spam the button all day, but you're not going to get what you want. But then I do this, now he's broken, now I get to do what I want. So forcing the player to defend and deal with the enemy attacks is, I think, important. Not for the basic enemies, probably not even for the Martin. I'll keep him the way he is. But for some of the later enemies, the what system? Hierarchy? You mean this? Anyway, I'm gonna go, pals. This was fun. Also tough. It's not major things we're trying to do here. It's just subtle things. And I'm happy I've explored a lot of it. It's kind of annoying that everything on one button didn't quite work the way I wanted to. I mean, it is going to still be all on one button, but yeah. So there's one little thing also that's not very nice that I have to deal with, which is that the default parry is going to kind of be like this, doing this multiple times is going to be holding the square button and pressing left. It'll be I think I can do it. I think it's okay. Just a little bit of, fiddling. I have to. It's just how the game is, All right. Thanks, everyone. These things are what they are. I can't. Our enemy attacks on a fixed interval. It's not really timing based. They just sort of move through their state tree. Each of the states have amounts of time and different aspects. Some attacks just on FPS, like frames per second. They just take a certain amount of time. Some states have waiting times. Like there's states where an enemy has a sword in front and they're just waiting. Those can be randomized. It's just whatever. All right. See you, pals. Yo, wishlist on Steam. If you're interested in getting your hands on Insignia, you can also sign up for the alpha test that we're doing at the moment. You will be getting a new build next week. Early next week, we'll do one. Okay. Thank you, pals. That's the stream. Have a great weekend. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.